Word up, ladies. Word up, ladies and gentlemen. We are live, I believe. I'm just realizing I did not. I have to move my microphone real quick here. Sorry if this sounds crazy. There we go. It is incredible how fast 9 p.m. sneaks up on me. It is unreal. Alright, welcome everybody to Late Night Live number 41. Tonight, we are doing fun facts. What up, Fuzzy? I'm not used to you being here this early. That's fun. I have been obsessed. I love facts, fun facts, silly random facts. I have my entire life. So tonight, actually, Fuzzy, the first one in here, she actually made the suggestion last week of doing fun facts for a late night live. So I figured that's a great idea. Let's do it. So tonight we're doing fun facts. What up, Jesse? What up, Manish? Manish? What up, Lori? Manish, how do I do this? Is it 1 Manish or 2 Manish? You let me know. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong all the time. All right, so I am not warmed up. As I said, 9 o'clock snuck up on me quite a bit today. I was finishing up a foiling project and had to really quickly change the lights, move the camera, get everything all set up. So I am not warmed up, so I have to warm up really quick here, and I'm gonna do it in a journal. Why not? I'll just grab a page of this journal. Manish. Got you. Thank you. Not Manish. Cool. Manish. Question for you guys. Today, should I write in walnut ink or black ink? I always write in walnut ink, so that's sort of my go-to. What's up, DeGrudy? What up, Jose? What up? Everybody's here. What's going on, Jay? Yeah, question for the chat. Walnut ink or black ink? You guys decide. What up, Oja Swinney? Birthday girl in the house. Alright. I'll wait till the chat decides what ink I'm gonna use today. I don't know what ink I feel like writing with. Walnut is always my go-to, but maybe I want to write with black. I just saw this black ink on this paper, on this page, and it got me wondering. It is practice, Manish, but it's practice in a bound book, so it's gonna last, or it's not just like a scrap piece of paper. Whoa, my mom's here already. Everybody's signing in early today. What's going on, Mom? Alright, Oja when he says black. Miss Marilyn says black. Alright, well, black it is, I guess. We're gonna go with black. We'll warm up with black, so we're set for that. I think if I don't like the warming up with the black, then I won't use the black, but I feel like I never write with black ink, so today maybe I'll try and write with black ink. I have too many paper towels on my desk today. Don't need this many. Alright. Clean. I feel like I haven't written very much this week. I've been doing so many other random projects and random things this week that I haven't really sat down to practice. I did write Happy Easter, and I wrote fun facts, and I'm pretty sure that's the only writing I've done all week. Everything else has been egg carving and what else? Egg carving. Oh, and leather sewing, leather making. It's kind of fun. What up, Gloria? Or Rose? Now that I never read past the Gloria when I read your name on YouTube, so I never know that it's Roseni in here. I always see Gloria and I never connect the dots, but I did today. Here, let's do this. How did I get the inside of the egg out? So that's actually a technique that I learned years ago from my mom and dad. And my mom can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I learned it from dad originally, because we used to do it at Easter. My family, we're all relatively artistic, but there's legitimately in a display cabinet in our kitchen a collection of eggs from years ago, like when I was a child. And we used to, you puncture a hole in the top and bottom, and then usually you put in a toothpick to break up the yolk and stuff, and then you just blow out the eggs. So it's, yeah, you're blowing out the raw chicken egg and the yolk. And then, yeah, then you have a fresh egg. So that's what you do if you color a raw egg. That obviously doesn't work if it's a hard-boiled egg. Normally you color hard-boiled eggs. Fozzie, did I cook the eggs? Not before I emptied them. I emptied the eggs into a bowl, and then it was 2 days in a row I emptied eggs, and those were the eggs that I ate for breakfast. I made, obviously they were scrambled eggs because I had to mix up the yolk so that it would come out of the tiny little hole. But I could show, so I have to be careful. Here's the first egg. Oh yeah, I realized let me give you guys a black background here. So this is the first egg that I carved. This was my first attempt. I'm shocked that I didn't break it. Tiny little chicken egg. There are some hairline cracks in here, but luckily it hasn't fallen apart. I'm trying hardly to touch it because it's nerve-wracking. So that's egg number 1. And then I broke some. After that, as with most of the things that I do, you get really confident. You're like, ooh, let's get super fancy. So I created some designs like a Greek key pattern and all these really, really complicated things. And I ended up breaking them. Chicken eggs aren't the best, I've realized. They're pretty weak. I do think I can do it eventually. I will try again one day. But I broke, I think, 2. And then the third one, I decided, since I am a penman, I decided to make a penmanship egg. And this one, I carved my initials, MGWard, into it. Sorry, I'm looking up at that screen instead of the one down here, because it's easier to see. But I carved MGWard and then completely carved out the shades. So this one, there's no hole in the top or bottom, so that the egg itself was, or the yolk came out. I drilled a hole in where the first shade would be, and then a shade in the W. I think I might have drilled all 4 of these little holes, and then blew the yolk out of those holes, so it wouldn't have to have a hole on the top and bottom like the other one. So yeah, this is my signature egg. I was gonna do like a flourished bird, but I was looking at bird designs, and the egg is so small, and the lines I can make are only so fine. So I could have done like a bird head, but a whole bird wouldn't have really worked. Like, I would love to get like an ostrich egg or just any larger egg and do like a small, beautiful, flourished bird design. I think that would be really cool. Because I can design flourished birds, and I can draw them and flourish them. I just can't write them fast like I'm supposed to. I can't do them offhand. but I would like to carve a flourished bird one day. And then the last one, and I think the most stressful. So after the signature egg, I broke another one. It was an attempt at this design. And it was basically the exact same thing, but the holes were much wider. So these connection points were only like 3 millimeters, really. So I ended up, it worked. I finished the whole thing and it was all together and it was good and the carving was done. I have one picture of it, but there's always the, what's it called? The membrane of the egg that gets dried on the inside. It makes the edges look really messy, and then you take the egg and you give it like a 10-minute bath in bleach, and then you bleach, rinse it, and then you put it in a water and baking soda solution to neutralize the bleach, so to deactivate it. But what happens, there was a lot of cracks, and when the membrane was dissolved, it ended up that the membrane was the only thing holding the cracks still together. So when there was no membrane there anymore on the inside, the pieces just sort of fell off. And I was gonna cheat. I wasn't gonna like lie, because you could totally see the lines. But I tried to crazy glue the lines together. There was, I think, 3 of these pieces broke off, and I tried to crazy glue them back together, and I ended up completely so ridiculous. I ended up gluing my full thumb, not even just a little bit, my full pad of my thumb was glued to an egg at one point. And of course, crazy glue is super strong, so I was trying to dissolve it with acetone, but then trying to dissolve it and pull my thumb off of an insanely fragile thing that was already like broken. It was the egg just ended up getting destroyed when I tried to de-shell my thumb, so that didn't work. And then I had decided, done, I'm finished, no more egg carving today, because everything in my apartment was covered in white dust, because there's just egg dust everywhere. So I stopped, and then there was something in the back of my head that was nagging at me, like, oh, like, but you didn't finish that one cool design. So after I had decided I was done, I was finished, I was gonna go shower and wash all like the egg powder out of my hair, because it was everywhere, because I was carving like really close to my face. I was wearing a respirator or a mask, so I wasn't breathing in egg powder, but it was just nagging at me. So I was like, okay, fine, I have 2 eggs left in the fridge. I grabbed one of them, quickly emptied it out, and then not so quickly made this one. And I'm glad that I did, because the points on this one are much finer. I used a different tip and I tried a different technique, sort of drawing in the lines lightly, like I did on my signature egg, and then coming in at an angle with a long drill, and I was able to get a much finer finishing line than I did on the other one. So even though the ribbons or the holes, the spaces aren't as wide, it would look cooler if they were wider, but I was sort of playing it safe, and I think it looks pretty dope. Yeah, that looks cool. I'm a little bit hypnotized watching that on the screen. That looks really cool. Anyways, that's my 3rd egg, so I have my 3 eggs. And I do think I'm probably going to carve more. I had a lot of fun doing that. So I eat eggs pretty much every day. I feel like I'm just gonna, on days when I have scrambled eggs, I'm going to empty the eggs that same way and just sort of stack them up, and then every once in a while I'll either go on the balcony now that summer's coming and have an egg carving afternoon, potentially. Because some of the designs that I penciled in to the eggs that broke are pretty cool, and I want to see if I can make them work and draw some other stuff and obviously do some more penmanship-y type things. But yeah, that was my egg adventures for Easter. Oh, matchy, right on. I'm glad to match the birthday girl. Alright, let me see if I can... I'm gonna try to, not so much a warm-up, but just a couple strokes to get my arm moving. Because I've been foiling, which means I've been hunched over, bad posture, working really, really slow. So I gotta get back into writing mode. Whoa. There we go. Just takes a few strokes to remind my arm what it's doing. Or what it's supposed to be doing anyways. My nib is a little scratchy today, which is somewhat disconcerting, but we're gonna roll with it. We'll see what happens. I can write Ojaswini's. I feel like what Ojaswini would like best. I'll probably wait until if we hit blackout, if we hit Blacklight Live tonight. Maybe I'll write her name in the blacklight if we get there. I make no promises. Okay, my arm is reasonably cooperative today. This nib does make me a little bit nervous. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but it's rather on the scratchy side. Whoa, autofocus. Sorry. I had that turned on for the egg. I always forget to turn it back off again. Okay, nib. Don't be so scratchy, okay? Maybe actually... Sorry, we're taking forever to get... to writing. That's what you want for your birthday, Ojaswini? That's your birthday wish? A 7-shaded O? Jeez. Make it easy on me, why don't you? Yeah, I'm gonna rinse this nib off real quick. I'm actually going to see if I can smoothen it. Smooth it. I think it might be a little too sharp for this paper. Judy, I would say if I had 2 superpowers, one of them is the ability to sleep anytime, anywhere, and almost in any position. And number 2 is patience. I legitimately feel like most of the things that I do that get posted to my Instagram, like the wood carving, egg carving, penmanship is different because it's muscle training and stuff like that. But a lot of the extra things that I do, I genuinely believe, and people disagree with me, but that's alright, I genuinely believe that anybody can do them. It might take people longer, or some people might go faster. I work really slow when I'm doing new stuff like the egg carving. I literally spent an entire day and I ended up at the end of the day carving 3 eggs. But the patience is really all it takes, because you can just go really, really slow. When you start to speed up or you get impatient, that's where you grip too hard or you make a silly mistake or something like that. So I really feel like anybody can do a lot of those things. Not everybody believes that, but I do. Patience is what it all comes down to. superpower number 1 is extremely helpful. The ability to sleep anywhere and at any time. I mean, that makes, when I'm traveling a lot, that's brilliant. It's very, very helpful. Where's the... I can't seem to focus on this nib. Normally, this is all stuff that I would have done before the video started, so that we could go straight into the quotes. But I'm unprepared today. Sorry. Alright, let's just do a really quick smoothing action and see if it does anything that we want it to do. I've shown this on video before, but here, let me go into autofocus again. This is one of my favorite ways to smooth a nib. I have an extremely fine pad here. I believe this is 12,000 grit. It's not even grit, it just feels like rubber. It feels super smooth. But I take the nib and then I hold the pad, and it can be a bigger pad than this, doesn't have to be this exact one, but I hold the pad just really lightly between my fingers, and then with the nib I make circles or ovals like this, and then I'm slowly pressing down and letting just the slowly pressing is rotating it between my fingers. So that's ensuring that I'm smoothing all the way around the nib. Since I'm not shaping, I don't really have to worry about being off center or stuff like that. I'm just sort of smoothing. So when I'm doing that, I can hold it with the nib like straight up and just do circles, and let the nib slowly push the pad around. And then I can do that upside down if I want. Same action. And then the ones that are probably the most helpful, I go from side to side. And if you want it to smooth more, you can just grip more with your fingers, and then it's going to rotate slower. But I usually just have a really, really light grip so that the pad just kind of moves as I push it with the pen, and that naturally will sort of round out or soften the edge of the pen point. Or you take the nib out and you throw it away and you start another one. That's probably the easiest thing to do. I'm just a weirdo and I enjoy, I don't know, maybe I'm a glutton for punishment, but I like seeing if I can smooth a nib. This nib feels like it still has a lot of life in it left. It's just a little too snappy. That should be good. We'll see. It might not be. Hairlines might be ruined, but we will find out. There we go. Still a little snappy, but it doesn't feel as risky anymore. Ink would be helpful. One of these days we'll get to writing, I swear. Lots of turkey will give you that superpower manage. Yep. Oops. Whoa. Okay. The nib is still a little sharp, but I think I'm just gonna leave it and just start writing some random facts. Yep, I think we're good to go. Now, I posted on Instagram for people to submit random facts. A lot of the things that were submitted were questions or some just quotes, not really facts. I don't know that everybody fully read the question or the prompt, but that's all right. Is this the one? I have to find one of these books. Has my guide sheet in it. There it is. This one. Alright, the title page will say random facts, and I will do that at a later date, or maybe later tonight, depending on how this goes. What do we want here? Title page, and then start? Sure. We have our guide sheet under there, and we're good to go. Two weeks. All right, what do we got here? Somebody's random fact was the fact you don't follow me. Sorry. All right. Oh, just Winnie. Fun fact, it's gonna be my birthday at midnight, so Mike's gonna cut the live short. Or Mike's not gonna cut the live short. We'll see what happens. See how fun the night is. Alright, here we go. The word muscle comes from a Latin word meaning little mouse. That is a fun fact. I did not know that. That was by Shinigami-sama. Or maybe that's Shinigami-sama. Probably. Shinigami-sama. Okay, the word muscle comes from a Latin term meaning little mouse. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about layout. I'm just going to sort of write and see how it goes. Use one of these books to rest my arm on. The word muscle we'll see, Ojaswini, we'll see. I make no promises. I should use a glide sheet today, I guess. Oh, writing very far up. The word muscle, we'll capitalize muscle just for fun. Oh, autofocus, sorry. I saw it in the camera that time. Everything went fuzzy. word muscle. Comes from a Latin term meaning oh, am I not in? Comes from a Latin term meaning little mouse. That's kind of fun. Gonna give an extra space, I think. Ooh, dipped in water instead of ink. Oops. What's this water doing here? You should be farther away. Water. You don't belong. Oh, now my T's are already crossed, but I feel like I want to cross them and on top. I like this song. Shouldn't have done that. Here we go. Fact number 1. We made it. Sounds good, Fuzzy. I'll check it when I get through some of these other ones. Now some of these, they're worded a little funny, and some of them, I think there's some spelling mistakes in some of them too, so I might need your guys' help, your advice. Pull a little bit of ink out of this M, so it doesn't take quite as long to dry, and then we will use the heat gun again today. Oh, that was dangerous. So I will mute you guys, and then use the heat gun. Let's go. How do I mute you Where's the thing? Nothing is where it normally is today. There we go. I feel like everything is taking... That took a long time to dry. The tea is... It's still wet. What? And I'm dropping things on the floor. I'm all kinds of unorganized today. George. I've done that before. I've definitely done that before. I think every calligrapher eventually makes the mistake of sipping the ink or dipping in the tea. Okay. That'll work. Remind myself to dip into my ink jar a little bit slower so I don't have quite as much ink on my nib for these, so they dry a little bit quicker. Speaking of tea, wouldn't that be amazing if I just wrote in black and all of a sudden beautiful fine hairlines and beautiful shades in gold? That'd be amazing. Alright, next up we have all thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs, which is true. Just kind of a fun little thing. That's by One Sung, or Wes Adamkevich is his full name. Wes is a friend of mine and was my camp counselor when I was 14 or 15 at summer camp. We recently reconnected and have been chatting. He submitted this one. All thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs. I don't want to use this glide sheet. I don't like it. I feel like I need to move my camera a little bit. Writing where the camera is focused is not super comfortable. Bear with me here for un moment. Sorry, everybody. I'm just all kinds of unorganized over here. That should be a little better, I think. Still give. That should be better. In theory. I've actually never done the gold heat embossing before. I should try that one day. All thumbs or fingers. Should I put a comma after fingers? Oh, good night, Mom. It's early. Oh, I didn't realize this one was only going to be 2 lines. Oh well. There we go. All thumbs are fingers, but not all fingers are thumbs. Where should I be? Should I be zoomed out or zoomed in more? Can't decide. So you guys can see the whole quote. I feel like I need to take a scrap piece of paper and do some really quick ovals. My arm is not feeling that great at the moment. But the arm feels fine. It just feels, something feels out of whack. I'm gonna lay this aside. Grab a scrap piece of paper, if I can find one. There should be one close at hand here somewhere. There we go. An old guide sheet from a class. And I need to just get my arm properly warmed up, because it feels kind of crazy. And rotate this so it's at a better angle. Wah! So much adjusting of the technical things today. Oh, nice, Marilyn. Congratulations. And, Rose, you're absolutely correct. The Coca-Cola and Ford logos they're based in Spencerian. Mataraz is what comes to mind, I feel like, for most people when they think of the Coca-Cola logo. What is catching on this nib? I should not be scratching that much. The very tip of one of the tines is bent, it seems, which is hard to fix. Sorry, today is a Mike troubleshooting his own nibs. Instagram or YouTube Live. All right. My new Monstera leaves. Mash is killing it right now. I'm just happy that one, if everybody doesn't know what Fozzie's talking about, I posted an Instagram story about it. My Monstera deliciosa has 2 leaves that are currently unfurling. And it's funny because the one leaf is like new from the past couple weeks, but the other leaf that's unfurling has been exposed and in a tight roll for months. It's just been chilling there. And I thought it was just gonna die. I thought it just came out, and if it didn't unroll within like a week or 2, it would just sort of never, and it was just there. I had one do that before and it just turned brown and ended up falling off. But this one, all of a sudden, after literally months, like multiple months of sitting there doing absolutely nothing, it started unfurling. So I'm excited. And this other the new leaf came out of nowhere, and they're both fenestrated and have beautiful fenestrations, the slits in them. They're the first nice fenestrated leaves that have come or grown on the plant since I bought it. All the other ones were already there, and then it grew a couple that were sort of deformed, unfortunately, when it first got to my place. What up, Mohammed? Rose, I kind of am. Yeah, I guess. How many plants do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9? I own 9 plants currently. Normally, 2 of them sit back there when I record videos, but I forgot to put them there today. Normally, Trinity and Morpheus sit in those 2 drawers when I'm doing live videos or when I'm recording something. All my plants have names. My newest plants are right over here. I got 2 big pothos that are growing rapidly, much faster than I had expected them to grow. Like, I've only had them for like a week, I feel like, and it's drastic how much they've already changed. They're Ernie and Bert, I decided, are their names. They were gonna be Fred and George Weasley, but I changed my mind. There is Mohammed. There's another one. I have. It's a twin to Morpheus. That's Neo. He's there. I don't have a Deus Ex Machina, but I do have a Neo. Neo is smaller. He grew a little bit slower than Morpheus. So he doesn't usually come over here. He stays by the window in his growing position. Though, I will say that lately, within the past like month or so, Neo has started, I feel like Neo has grown now larger than Morpheus. But he's not draping, he's not hanging down as much. He's sort of growing out and up. He'll eventually get enough weight and start to fall down. But Morpheus got a little stunted because I was cutting some leather and my super long, like 6-foot cutting ruler was on the table and I bumped it and the other end of it bumped over or slid over and knocked Morpheus off the table. He was there because I was watering him there, and he was in a good sun spot. He was getting some sun that day, and I actually knocked him off. So he's currently, or he was recuperating because all of his dirt fell out of his pot, and luckily none of him died. And he's back in the pot, and he's now growing, but he got stunted there for a little bit. My fault. Alright, for anybody just tuning in, I'm just getting, I started writing and it didn't feel super smooth. So I am taking a quick break from the facts, and then I will get back to them. I just want to get my arm feeling a little bit better. I haven't done any movement writing for a little while. I wonder if anybody's tried that, George. I wonder if any fountain pen people have tried to add tipping to a flexible pointed pen. Not a fountain pen. It's another reason why I haven't been writing, or I didn't write a lot this week. I inked up and cleaned up and got a bunch of my fountain pens a little more in writing condition. I mean, they're all the modern ones are in good condition. They're just a lot of them had some dried ink in them. I don't use them as much as I would like. But now I cleaned them up, tuned them up, a bunch of them, and got them in writing mode so that I can start using them again more. I'm going to start using, like, my Pilot Vanishing Point, for example, is going to be used for business penmanship practice that I'm starting to do a little bit more of now. There we go, starting to feel a little bit better. Starting to feel a bit better. Yeah, Fozzie and I pretty much only talk about plants now. I'm also happy to report that Rasta, my Boston fern, was huge and struggled a lot when it first moved into my apartment. And then winter came and it started dying a lot. And then I repotted it a while ago and it had some new growth. And I was very, very focused and taking pictures. Every few days I would take pictures of the same little one to make sure that it was still growing and doing well. And now Rasta is very nice and full and continuing to grow again. So all of my plants seem to be currently relatively happy. Although I do feel like Sumi, my little aloe plant, I have a tiny little miniature aloe that lives in an old inkwell. I feel like Sumi might start doing not too good. It's starting to outgrow its little thimble-sized pot. So we'll see how it goes in the next little bit. Yeah, it's spring now, so I'm gonna purchase some plants for my balcony. I think I might get a fruit tree or something, and then, yeah, all my plants it's growing season. So I'm gonna repot some of them. I won't get any new plants for a while. What am I looking for? I'm not gonna get any new plants, because I don't really have any place to put them. I don't have a lot of surface area. Surfaces to put plants on in my apartment. I have to build some stands for the fern and all that kind of stuff, for example. So I have to stop acquiring plants and I'm just gonna start growing more, or growing the ones I have and getting them nice and big. I want my pothos to be hanging down from my bookshelves. That's a good suggestion, Marilyn. I might get a little planter box on my balcony and put in a little garden. Maybe like a tomato tree or a little tomato bush, and then just like herbs, like some parsley, onion, or like green onions, things like that I can use for cooking. Some of the extra stuff. All right, we are back to this book. Here we go. Let's grab another quote. We have... I found this one interesting, and I'm not fact-checking any of these. So if they're lying, they're just lies. Kangaroos can't hop backwards. That's fascinating to me. I did not know that. Kangaroos can't hop backwards. They're not ambiturners. Kangaroos can't hop backwards. Oh, I want to do Here we go. Should have done that shade before. That was really risky because I could have gone through the word backwards, but it worked out. Okay. Heat gun. Okay, I'm gonna leave the audio on this time, and you guys let me know if it's really annoying or unbearable, or if I should, let me know if I should mute it, or if you're okay with me not muting it after this time. I don't know how loud that is. I don't want to be annoying. How was that? Manageable? The music is louder than my voice? My voice is also audio. I can turn the music down. If the heat gun's not annoying, I won't bother muting the microphone every time I use it. But if it's annoying, let me know, and I can mute the microphone. I don't want to be annoying. this one was cool. I read this one. This is yours, Jay. I found this really fascinating. That the ampersand is a Latin ligature for a, or et, which was originally defined in English as an and per se and. That's neat. So that's how it got the ampersand. I didn't know that. And per se and. Per se. The stream froze. Nothing froze on my end, so I'm assuming that was either just the internet or your internet, potentially. I have my stats up here so I can see if things are dropping frames. And so far, out of 127,000 frames, we've only dropped 14. So, we're good to go. That's cool. Thanks for that one, Jay. I like that one. Ampersand. Oh, does that mean I have to write I never write ampersands. I never know how an ampersand should look good in Spencerian. That's why I always do just like the plus symbol one. The one that the... is that still called an ampersand? If you just do like the and symbol that we use all the time, the few... Are those still ampersands? They just look like fancy plus signs. I'm not gonna write the ampersand symbol. It's just gonna be all words. Okay. Oh, wait. Slow dips, so we don't get too much ink on our pen. Don't misspell ampersand. Ampersand. Is there? Nice. I should know that. I've read that book so many damn times. Ampersand is a Latin ligature. Latin ligature for et. which was originally defined. This first H, a sender stroke. That's those, if this wasn't in a book, if this was a practice sheet of paper, that would get a smiley face. It felt good, and it looks good, and it makes me happy. Which, where am I? Which was... which originally defined in English as... This is also really ridiculous because I'm trying to center as I'm going without planning ahead. It's a silly way to do things. I should have just used a solid left margin like you would do for poetry, but this is a fun sort of ridiculous challenge to try to center a piece without really thinking about what the words are. See, like right there, I just got lucky that ampersand is a Latin and defined in English as happen to be approximately the same length. My brain assumed they might be, but I could have put a little bit more space after English, but whoops. And, oh, there's a shoot. Didn't leave enough space after the and. That's all right. And per se. That's a fun one, and it looks pretty too. The hand definitely feels much better right now than it did 15-20 minutes ago. It's getting there. It's warming up. Oh, is it too bright on the main camera? Well, that is easily fixable. Is that... Here, tell me how that is. That's definitely a little bit dimmer. I could go brighter, or I could go darker if you guys want. You let me know. Sweet. I will leave it there then. Okay, that's that one. Yeah, messed up the shade on the E, not the smooth shade on the A. My shades aren't that smooth. My direct oval shades are suffering a little bit today, for who knows what reason. Trying to see if I pull the paper tight, if it won't buckle quite as much. A lot of ink in that E. Oops. Let's get it all. Yep. All right. Next. That was a good one. I also have loaded up on my phone. There's a Reader's Digest. Made a list of 100 pretty awesome random facts that are a fun scroll through. Here we go. Herstal? Hubris. Versatile hubris? Versatile, I'm pretty sure I'm not saying that part right. But he says, or he submitted, when you donate a kidney, your remaining one grows larger to compensate. I knew that one. That's fascinating. The human body is quite fascinating. In general. When you donate a kidney. Woo! That was a nice, it's very tall, a sender stroke. Let me zoom in a little bit more for you guys. But that one came out so yummy. Sorry, I'm very attentive to I've been working on my sender strokes lately, so when they come out nice, they just feel really good. They're very, very satisfying. I wish the W was as smooth and as clean as the H that came after it, but that's all right. Oh, is that a fiber? When you donate a kidney, ooh, that's a good one, Judy. 35 miles. I guess that's considering average human riding pressure, I would assume. When you donate a kidney, That was a mistake. I think, or maybe not, maybe compensate will fit in there. I might have underestimated the space that compensate takes up. Yep, I did. When you donate a kidney, your remaining one grows larger to compensate. This is sort of a fun exercise for me also, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, for randomly spacing, on-the-fly spacing things. Just to see if I can sort of do it as we go along here without much thinking about it. To see if it can be or become a super just natural subconscious thing, to not even think about it but just be able to space things out would be really cool. Not a lot of ink on that page. And then similar to like riding a bike. What up, Roy? Similar to riding a bike or something. I mean, the only way to learn how to keep your balance on a bike is to ride a bike. And then when you lose your balance, you fall or you lean to the side, and then eventually you maintain your balance. So I'm assuming that if I just do it and deal with having really crappy spacing sometimes, eventually maybe I'll just be able to space completely visually. Maybe not, but worth a shot. Okay. This one I read earlier too, and I really like. Seconds, in terms of time, are called that because they are the second division of the hour. Does that make sense in my brain? Because they are the second division of the hour? I need to Google this. I need further explanation, because I'm stupid. And I'm curious. Because it is the second division of the hour by 60, the first being a minute. Oh. That's cool. Who wrote that one? That was Franciscus Chang. All right. Today I learned. There's a fun thing about fun facts. You get to learn new things also. Ah, that makes sense, George. Second is second division. Schnazzy. Alright, here we go. Second in terms of time. What? Not gonna worry about the spacing. Just write it. Seconds Seconds in terms of time are called that because they are the second division of the hour. Oh, messed up my spacing, but that's okay. There we go. Seconds in terms of times are called that because they are the second division of the hour. We are learning tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Not just driving in a convertible through California, George. Driving in a convertible through California in the 80s. Or maybe 90s. Oh, my lid broke. Okay. Is this one true? Elephants are the only mammals with forward-facing knees? Really? Are they? I'm not denying the I feel like they are, but now I just want to see if they're... I wasn't planning on fact-checking these, but I'm not so much fact-checking, they're fascinating. They're the only animal to have forward-facing knees. So I'm going to change the wording of this quote a little bit. because elephants are the only mammals with forward-facing knees. I'm gonna write elephants are the only animals with forward-facing knees because humans are classified as mammals and we have forward-facing knees. That's what I was... Yeah, so elephants are technically the only mammals. They're the only mammals aside from all that have four... Oh, mammals with four forward-facing knees. That is... Okay, I totally didn't read that part when I read it the first time. In that case, yeah, they are the only mammal with four forward-facing knees. Thanks for that, Marilyn. Set me straight. Okay. I like the fact-checking gives the ink time to dry. Okay. I guess I could have potentially fit more than one fact per page, but oh well. Alright, elephants are the only mammals with four forward-facing knees. Let's do it. Oh, is my computer frozen right now? No, okay, good. That was scary. Capital E, stress. Nice and big. Why not? Ooh, I read that really, really angled though. Oh well. Sorry. My A's have been really crummy lately, which also includes then my D's and my G's for some reason. And because I didn't read it, we're gonna do this. Four forward-facing knees. There we go. Elephants are the only mammals with 4 forward-facing knees. Fun fact. Factoids aren't actual factual. That's fun. English. That's like another one that I find fun. I'm not writing this one right now, but oranges aren't, the first oranges weren't orange. They were green, but they were what hybrid? They were a hybrid from another fruit. And then when you learn that oranges weren't orange, that they were green before they were orange, orange trees were originally named orange, or that's where the origination of the term came from. And orange trees were called orange 200 years before the color orange was ever referred to as orange. So it's kind of like a what came first, the chicken or the egg thing, but the word described the tree came first, and then the color came much later. Kind of interesting. But because oranges weren't orange, they're green. Okay, oh, there's a lot of ink in that E. No, it wasn't grapefruit. It was shoot, can't remember. I'll have to look it up later. Sorry, George. You just learn so many interesting things when you look up random facts. I used to look up so many random facts. My teachers could have somehow found a way to put the subjects that they were teaching me into into random facts, I would have remembered a lot of what I learned in school a lot more. No, Marilyn, not persimmon. Jeez, what was it? It's tangerine something hybrid. I think it was tangerine. Tangerine and something. Don't quote me on that. In fact, you know what? Let me just figure it out. I have it pulled up. I was reading it right before. Oh, I changed. I have elephants up here. I did have it pulled up, but I apparently lost. Oh no, there it is. A tangerine pomelo hybrid. I was right with tangerine. It was the original oranges from Southeast Asia were a tangerine pomelo hybrid. And they were green. There we go. Now we know. Snapple caps were great for random facts. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I should have known that then, Fozzie, which is... That didn't stick in my brain, apparently. I don't remember anything that I watch on TV, unfortunately. For anybody that doesn't know, there's a show called QI. It's all on YouTube, or all the episodes are on YouTube, and it's incredible. It's quite interesting, and it's all just random facts, and the people that say them are educational, or they're entertaining, is what I meant to say, and it's a lot of fun. I will admit I haven't watched it since Stephen Fry stopped hosting it. I need to start watching it again, but I love Stephen Fry, so yeah, I stopped watching when Stephen Fry stopped hosting it. This one I found funny. This was the very first one that came in from Calligraphin, and it was whales sleep vertically in the water, which, I mean, that's essentially, that's the random fact, which I really like. But then Calligraphin wrote, she put comma, like gigantic toothpicks. And this, the second part of that fact is so interesting to me, because I guess it's like we store toothpicks vertically, but if you put a toothpick in the water, it doesn't sit like a toothpick wouldn't sleep vertically in the water. A toothpick would float flat in the water. It would float horizontally. So it just kind of cracked me up. But the first part, and that's the part I'm going to write, that whales sleep vertically in the water. Also, we don't really have to put in the water in there, because whales just sort of sleep vertically. I mean, they don't sleep anywhere but the water. So, but I'll write in the water. Whales sleep vertically in the water. Like gigantic, maybe I'll just write the whole thing, like gigantic toothpicks. The last part just cracks me up though. It's kind of funny. Yes, you're very correct, Roy. That is true. But then, the first chicken egg. Well, no, never mind. Yeah, evolution. It's egg definitely came first. Okay. Whales sleep vertically in the water, like I'm gonna put like You know what I'm gonna do? Here. I'm not even gonna tell you. You'll find out when we get there. This is gonna be fun. Whales. Come down a little bit. Ooh, ugly shade. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna clean up that shade because that looks ugly. What happened there? I don't even know why that happened. There we go. Fix that up a little bit. Normally I don't like doing that. I don't like touching up shades, but whatever. We'll do it today. For the book, when that dries, you'll definitely be able to see that I touched it up, but that's okay. Whales. Whales. Oh, it was my... I mean, my head was probably in the way because I was touching up. I had to get close to it. I have to have good posture when I'm writing, or you guys will give me a hard time for getting my head in the camera. When I record from straight above, like this, any far forward and my head gets in the way. Whales sleep vertically. Yeah. Whoops. Whales sleep vertically in the water. There we go. Now, like gigantic toothpicks, I'm gonna write that we're not midnight yet, so I'm not going to turn on the black light, but pen roll that I made yesterday? Day before yesterday? Can't remember. All the days mixed together. Pen roll. Get out. So, this pen, my clear Nemesine, has only ever had blacklight ink in it. What up, wait? Welcome. Welcome to your first late night live YouTube chat experience. Tonight we are writing random facts in a journal. The one I just wrote is that whales sleep vertically in the water. And then, like gigantic toothpicks was in the prompt, I'm going to write that in blacklight ink. White whale, no, this is blue ghost. I'm not going to turn the black light on though, so I'm just going to have to assume that it's writing. Like gigantic toothpicks. I legitimately can't see what I'm writing at all. So hopefully it's working. There's a couple T's in there that I didn't cross. Wait, okay Google, turn on glow light.
Okay, turning on
Oh, it worked. Now you guys won't be able to see this. We'll look at this later. Toothpicks. There we go. Cool. Okay, Google, turn off glow light.
Okay.
I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to go back maybe later and write every person's name who submitted these in blacklight. Hello, little missy. I am doing quite well, thank you for asking. How are you? What up, Ashok? Welcome. Alright, I think that W ink is dry. Yep. Next. I used to carry this around with me, and I'm going to start doing it again all the time. And it's not a super fine point. Blacklight doesn't really work all the time with super fine point. But I used to carry this, and I used to write everywhere. Like on everything, I would just write like draw little stick figures and write little notes and stuff. Because it's just a really smooth, like I guess a fine point. But what a fine point for normal people, not for penmen. For me, a fine point is to a normal person, extra fine. But this is a normal fine point, maybe even a fine medium. But yeah, I used to carry it everywhere and write in blacklight on all sorts of things just for fun. Little mini stuff that will probably never ever be seen. I'm glad to hear it, little missy. Alright, what do we got next? Oh, my phone is not on silent. Weird. My phone's always on silent. There we go. Okay, what's next? I'm reading through these. There's a bunch of good ones. I'll write Fozzie's. There is no law against cannibalism in the UK. Of course. Fozzie's morbid brain would give us a quote about cannibalism. Real quick, I'll also send out a public apology to, I know there's been some people chatting on the Discord. I have not been terribly present on the Discord in the past week, and I am sorry about that. I'm not ignoring it for any real reason. My notifications, I haven't been paying them enough attention. So for those of you who are talking and posting stuff on the Discord, thank you for keeping the conversations going. I apologize for my sort of disappearedness. I will be back very, very soon, if not now already. I just know that Jay and Ashok were both, I've seen both of their names pop up in the notifications recently, and I just haven't opened the program or opened the app to respond. Sorry. Bad Discord server runner. Sure, Roy, sure. Likely story. There's no law. Well, there we go, Roy. If you want to, you can. It's legal, apparently. There's gotta be. That's weird. I'm gonna write it anyways, because it's a fun quote. I'm assuming that's also from QI. I gotta say, for those of you who know me and you know my writing, when I cross my T's and my F's, I like Blozer did, bringing it way down low. Lately, for some reason, when just a regular horizontally crossed T has grown on me. I've been liking it more and more lately. I only use the one that drops down now as like a design choice depending on the word that comes after it. I've sort of started defaulting to a horizontal cross, which I haven't done in a long time. I do Blozer's cross more often than not. All right. Which one am I ready? Right. There is no law against cannibalism. There is no law against cannibalism in the UK. There is no law against cannibalism in the UK. That's a really weird UK. That looks bizarre. Maybe my K needs to look like it has a little bit of a... There we go. We'll give it a little fake entry oval. Do I go back and reconnect lines after I finished? Nope. I mean, very rarely, if I'm doing something like this where it's in a bound book and these letters are gonna sort of live in this book, I will sometimes retouch a shade if it comes out like really, really wonky. But if it's a piece, like if somebody's paying me to do something, then yes, I will go back and I will fix things if I need to, but very, very rarely do I go back. Pretty much whatever I write, I would say probably 90% of the time, what I write is what ends up staying on the paper and how it looks. When I write letters to people, if I make mistakes or things like that, that stays on the letter. Like I said, if somebody's paying me to do something, then they're paying for the most perfect thing I can give them, so I do that. But for like correspondence and stuff, I'm not trying to put forth any idealized version of my own writing. What people get is usually an accurate representation of not just where my pen is or what like pen skills are at that point, but literally at that physical time of day. Because depending on what I was doing when I wrote the letter, right before I wrote the letter, the day, my hand goes in varying degrees of sometimes I feel like what comes out of my pen is like magic. Other times, what comes out of my pen is very displeasing to me. I have a very, very critical eye of my own work, so what I find displeasing, other people might not recognize as necessarily really bad, but I'm pretty critical of my own work. But I usually leave the mistakes in there. Unless it's like an epic one. If it's a really, really big mistake that sort of ruins the whole thing. But no, I usually leave those in there. That C has a lot of ink in it. I should have. I'm forgetting to dip slow. I keep trying to remind myself to, and I haven't been. Let me get some of that out of there. Oh, it's already partially dried, so it won't soak up into the paper towel, so we'll just have to dry it. Oh, you're very welcome. It is nice to have ideal, like, perfect writing and to write a letter, and obviously you want it to be perfect, but I've seen a lot of mistakes in the old scrapbooks and things that I enjoy seeing those in there because it means they're human. I also think it adds value to, not value like monetary value, but it adds value to when I do write something really good. Like the stuff that I put in a separate folder to go in a scrapbook. If everything I showed everybody was that, then people would just assume that I only wrote perfectly. And then those pieces don't have the same amount of value for study or things like that. It's part of the reason why I like writing on these lives. It trains me to write under pressure. I mean, I'm writing in a bound book, so there's pressure there. This isn't just a scrap piece of paper that I can wipe off. This lives here now, forever, whatever happens to this book after that, or after tonight. And then also talking to people and in being viewed, I think because I come from, did I smudge somehow there? I don't know where that came from. That wasn't there originally. But because I come from a performative background with dance and stuff, I like having people watch. It never stresses me out. But you never write as good when people are watching you as when they're not. I think most people would agree with that. So this is also partially training for me to have that affect me even less. Yeah, I think it's important. I think there's a lot to be learned from the inaccurate writing samples and whatnot, as much as the perfect ones. All right. There's no law against cannibalism in the UK, so nobody go visit Roy because he can legally eat you. But here we go. You can't legally kill somebody. So you can only be eaten if you die of natural causes, I guess. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole of thought anymore. We're gonna move on. Ooh, here's a good one from Rowena Joyce. Fleming did not patent the discovery of penicillin to make it available to everybody. I want to word it a little bit different though. How can I word that? Fleming did not... I'm going to Google it and see how Google words it. Because I like this quote, but I want to word it well. And I'm not what you would call a wordsmith. I also seem like a complete idiot in these live videos because I can't spell. Fleming chose to not patent his discovery of penicillin. Oh, so it wasn't so much just so that it could be he didn't patent his discovery of penicillin, not just because he wanted to be available for everybody, but also he says, I did not invent penicillin, I discovered it by accident. So he wasn't, I guess he said by accident, so it's not something he was hunting for, not like Madame Curie, I guess, who discovered radium. They were looking... Was it? They're looking for, or Einstein and them, they were looking for elements and finding ways to prove them, where I have to look more into this now. How Fleming discovered penicillin. That's something I will Google after this, because that's things that I like to know. And I know that story, but I don't know it good enough. And I should. There we go. Fleming did not patent the discovery of penicillin, but made it accessible to everyone. I will write it that way. Fozzie. There's a cannibalism case where the guy who was eaten offered himself voluntarily, but it was in the US, so the guy who ate him went to jail. Wow. So if I went to visit Roy and said he could take a bite out of Mike, he could. Legally. And I could legally that's weird. That's very strange. Oh, humans. Yeah, nature did that. I only discovered it by accident. Good on you, Fleming. Alright. Thank you. Wait, who wrote that? Yeah, Little Missy wrote that. That's how I'm going to word it. Fleming did not patent the discovery. I'll say Fleming chose not to patent his discovery of penicillin, comma, but made it accessible to everyone. Yeah, there we go. Decided. Wait, Slow dip. I keep forgetting to dip slowly. Here's a perfect example of a time when going back and retouching would be beneficial. Whoa, I lost my hairline there. Where'd it go? Shoot. I mean, it's there. I'll leave it. But right here, you can see the little... Oh, I was off camera. Sorry. The little shade there is not touching the line. And it would be nice if it landed right on the line. So normally I could go back and retouch that up. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna leave it. But that is a spot where I would normally probably want to. Places like that, I will tend to touch up on occasion. Well, I did Fleming really far to the right on this one. Chose not. Oh, this is bad spacing. Because penicillin has to go here. And it's gonna make this line. Oh well, that's okay. Maybe that'll be alright. Boo, ascender strokes. Made it accessible to everyone. Bad ascenders there too. Big truck. And then, in blacklight ink, we're gonna write what a nice guy. Exclamation point. What a nice guy, that Fleming. Oh, stretch. All right. And that ink is just the ascenders. Just the D and the T. Easy peasy. Next. Oh, I haven't been following the chat, sorry. Discovery is sometimes accidental, though. I guess because some people will get an inkling that something is there, and then, like, because wasn't that, for example, didn't Einstein, for example, he had theories that if this and this happened, this element existed there. We just can't see it and we can't prove it. So then he found ways to make it discoverable, I guess. He discovered it in his mind because he thought through what would make it exist. And then he found ways of making it discoverable. So I guess technically that's not really accidental discovery. Technically, I think most discoveries are accidental, for sure. But maybe not all. You shouldn't be reminding me, Ojaswini. Okay, what do we want to do here next? I'm kind of going through these at random to find fun ones. Wait, is this right? Life in... George, for real? Canadians eat more donuts than anywhere else? Really? I have to Google that. I gotta fact check you, George. How could they know that? Canadians eat more than 1 billion donuts annually. Okay, that's fine. But compared to other places? Here we go. Teach me, Reddit. Canadians eat more donuts per capita than any other country. Well, that's Tim Hortons' fault. Really? So that's from Wikipedia. I guess per capita, we have a lot of empty space. Tim Hortons is good. My favorite donut from Tim Hortons is the Honey Cruller. It is delicious. But my favorite donut of all time, and I haven't had one in a very, very long time, so I don't really know if it would still be my favorite. But in Japan, at the restaurant Mr. Donuts, there is a donut called the Pondo Ring, which is essentially a mochi donut, so it's super chewy. It's like little balls of mochi around and then fried, batter and fried like a donut. And this is, to my knowledge, and my knowledge of donut history is not extensive, but from what I've seen, I've never seen a donut that had its own ad campaign. Like in Japan, this, I think it was around 2002, maybe? 2001, 2002? Maybe 2002. When this donut was invented in Japan, I think. And it had its own commercials. The Mr. Donuts commercials weren't about Mr. Donut. They were about the Pondo Ring mochi donut. I think it was mochi. But the Pondo Ring donut, like one of the commercials, there was a lion, and its mane was all the little. Its mane was a donut, and it would shake its head forward, and the donut would fall on the ground, and then it didn't have a mane anymore, and it would eat it, if memory serves, and then the donut would go, and then pop back around its head after it ate its donut mane. If my memory is correct. That was a long time ago. But yeah, delicious donut. The honey cruller is close in sort of texture, in its chewiness, but it's not the same. Food in Japan is delicious. I will agree with that. I need to go back to Japan. It has been far too long. I need to find somebody who has a place that I can teach at, so I have a reason to go and hang out in Japan. Because I miss Japan. A good friend of mine who lives a few blocks away from me, he lived in Japan for a while, and he turned half of his living room into a full-on tatami mat, traditional Japanese tea room. And it is so cool. I call his home, his Japartment is what I call it. It's because it's like perfect. It's like authentic. He built it, and when you walk in, literally half his living room is just a Japanese tea room. It's amazing. All right, here we go. I mean, no, you can't beat free. That's true. What am I writing? Right, Canadians eat more donuts per capita than any other country. I don't remember the last time I had a donut. I like donuts, but I haven't eaten one in a very long time. Oh, out of frame. Sorry. Summon my inner Michael Soul there for a sec. Oh, but I'm not. I misplaced my baseline, so I'm gonna move my guide sheet. This is cheating. You normally shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna move my guide sheet so that my C ends up on a line. Sorry. Go eat a donut if you guys want donuts. Oh, I'll be right back. I don't have a donut, but I'll be right back. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I remembered something. Okay. Canadians. Not a very nice C. Definitely could have done that better. Well, too late now. capita than any other country. I wouldn't have guessed that. I definitely would have guessed the US. Donut. Does that look like a donut? Maybe not. Not really. That's okay. Canadians, A. I've never been an A sayer. I definitely don't say A very much. I remember I noticed after I moved to the US for a while, I noticed that I know Canadians that say A a lot, but I've never really been an A sayer. I should have put there should have been a shade somewhere in there. Oh well. And that A has a heck of a lot of ink in it because once again, I forgot to slow dip. Oh, and it's too dry to really suck up. Oops. Oh well. Oh, my water bottle is tipping precariously. Don't tip over, please. Getting that weird notch on the top of my capital A's a lot today. Oh well. There's a lot of Canadian A sayers out there. My family, I don't think, say A very much. I'll never forget, in Los Angeles, another Canadian friend of mine who moved down there after I was there, we were just hanging out one day and she was eating yogurt. I don't remember, we might have been drinking, can't recall. But she looked at me and, it's Alex, and she looked at me and she said, "How good is yogurt, eh?" And it was just the most like blatant, like powerful A, and it cracked me up. It was hilarious. How good is yogurt, eh? But Americans always make fun of the Canadian A, but no offense to my American friends, but the Canadian A sounds a lot more intelligent than the American huh. And they are used the exact same in both countries. How good is yogurt, huh? Huh. The American huh is way less, way worse sounding, in my opinion, than the Canadian A. But the A is sometimes more noticeable. But that's, Americans don't notice the huh because they all say, or a lot of them say it. Huh? It's cold outside, huh? Huh? More the UH than the HUH, huh? But yeah, I prefer A of the two. But I don't really say A all that much. Oh, somebody just ordered a leather blotter from me. That's fun. Cool. Okay. Ooh, Hobgoblin. 238. Frogs. I'm assuming he meant to say frogs. He wrote fogs. But I'm assuming he meant to say frogs can drink water through their skin. Lizards do that too, right? Huh does sound like you're confused. Huh? But it's used a lot. US Malaysia, us Malaysia, I thought you said US, us Malaysians have our la. Ah, I didn't know that one. That's like, and Japanese people have ne, N-E. Like if it's like how a Canadian, it's cold outside, eh? Which I never say. That sounds weird to me. I don't know if it's because I lived in the US or I never say it. An American, it's cold outside, huh? A Japanese person, 今日は寒いね. Ne, it's the same thing. It comes after. It's the ne comes. I had to think about the rest of that sentence. I said today it's cold, huh? In Japanese there. And they said ne a lot. It's like it's the equivalent of the Canadian A. But people only seem to make fun of the Canadian A. I mean, in it's pretty dope. It's cold outside, in it. In it feels like it requires more like conscious thought when it gets put in, because it's not just like in it, it's two syllables. The tongue has to work more than a, huh, ne. They're just sounds. Whereas in it is like it's still easy, but there's more to it. It has more substance, in my opinion, whatever that means. Okay, let's write this one. Frogs can drink water through their skin. I ate already, La. Ah, I didn't know that. Yeah, in it is very British. In it. I like in it. I like hearing. I like when people say in it and I hear it. I enjoy it. Okay, remember to slow dip. Frogs. Ugh, why can't I get that shade good today? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was so far out of frame. There, my apologies. My apologies, eh? Sorry about that. Didn't mean to offend you by writing outside of the video frame there. I feel really bad about that. Sorry. My lowercase letters are kind of all over the place tonight. Snap City over here. Whoops. S didn't turn out quite like I would have liked. That's alright. I'm gonna capitalize skin and put an exclamation point just for fun. So it's like when I'm telling that fun fact. Frogs can drink water through their skin! That's better. Sorry if that might have been really loud. Frogs breathe and drink water through their skin, eh? It's not gonna snow today, innit? That's the British in it. It's pretty awesome. That accent. Sorry, Vertica. That was. I guess that's my. I can't really do a Canadian accent, so I guess that might have been what that was. Maybe. I think I have a little bit of a Canadian accent, but not a lot. I think it comes out sometimes, but not very strong. I should learn to do one of these days. A proper one. I think what I was doing was sort of the stereotypical making fun of the Canadian accent. Oh, you guys in this seven shaded O. I don't know about all that. We'll see. I don't even remember how that O works. Haven't I done that before on a live? Didn't we do all of Michael Saul's O's in a live with movement writing? I thought I did that already. Didn't we? Or did we not do the 7? I swear we did this already. Okay. What's another good one here? Oh, Jay with another good one here. Do I want to write that one? Jay, you submitted a bunch. Right on. The British quid comes from quid quo pro. The US buck comes from the trade buckskins in early America. I did not know either of those. Figs technically aren't vegan? I didn't know that. Huh. Well, yeah, because doesn't in it, I mean, technically, I think by definition, in it comes in to replace isn't it? But it gets used like huh or a. Or it gets used a lot, actually. And it never really feels out of place when I hear British people say it in videos and things. I don't know. This is one of the... I'm going to look it up. Cloud Calligraphy Co. Her random facts was that figs technically aren't vegan. Is it... See, let me Google figs aren't vegan. And we'll see what Google has to say about that. Oh, what? That's kind of gross. Botanically speaking, a fig is actually more of an inverted flower than a fruit. These flowers bloom inside the unripe fig-shaped fruit, which later ripens into the fruit that we enjoy so thoroughly. Because of their backwards inside-out nature, figs cannot rely on normal methods like wind or bees for pollination. Enter the fig wasp. The fig wasp and the fig tree have a great understanding. Oh. The title of this is Figs Are Not Vegan Because They Are Full of Dead Wasps, is the title of this article. So the wasps die in pollinating the fig? I don't want to read this whole article, but fascinating. Weird. I might have to look into that a little bit more. Ew, right? That's gross. I highly, 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 highly dislike wasps. I like bees. Bees are cool. I like ants. Ants are dope. Wasps? Highly dislike wasps. Alright, I'm gonna write figs are technically vegan. Or aren't. Figs technically aren't vegan. I'm gonna write that in here. I'm not gonna write the thing. Maybe I'll write the wasp thing in black light. Oh, all the bee facts. Another F? I feel like I've done a bunch of... Maybe I can get the shade right this time. So much pressure. Not a very big shade, but that's all right. Figs? See, that's how I normally cross my T's and F's. It works here because the word is small. Figs technically aren't vegan. Exclamation point. Drive that point home. Get out of here, Ojaswini. Chocolates and cockroaches. I don't want to hear it. Not after Easter. I actually didn't eat any chocolate. I don't remember the last time I had chocolate. Wait, that's a lie. I had a chocolate chip cookie yesterday. An M&M chocolate chip cookie, actually. Homemade, but still. Black light. We're gonna do this one in... we'll go, yeah. Dot, dot, dot. Ooh, I hope that was actually over the T. I can't see where I'm at now. Shoot. No, I legitimately can't. Oh, there we go. I can see the wet ink if I do it that way, just to see where I was. I lost my place. What? That makes it so hard. Oh, I can't do it. Okay, Google, turn on glow light. Once you lose your space... Yeah, because... they... There we go. Okay, Google, turn off glow light.
Okay, turning the glow light off.
And I forgot to slow dip for the V. Again. Oh, Roy, to that I say, you shouldn't be posting because of what you think other people want to see. You post what you want to do. You post what you want to write. Or you write what you want to write and you post what you want to post, regardless of who's going to like it or things like that. Don't be a slave to the system. Okay. Figs technically aren't vegan. Small asteroids seem kind of fluffy. I don't know if that's a quote or if that seems like an opinion. Unless, I think, worded another way. Maybe there's an actual quote in there, like they're surrounded by a something that gives them the appearance of being fluffy. But I just like the way that's worded. Small asteroids seem to be kind of fluffy. I have to Google it because I'm curious now. Whoa, runaway pen. Meteor. They're composed of a fluffy conglomerate of material frequently called a dust ball. Okay, so they do appear fluffy. There is a reason for that. I'm not going to write that one, though, because I find it funny. Crispy. Nice. I have to blow my nose. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Let me mute the microphone. I will return shortly. That's right, Roy's maybe. There's There's more neurons in the brain than stars in the Milky Way. About, what is that, 100 billion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 zeros. What is that number? 1 with 11 zeros. Is that 100 billion? I'm gonna write that one. I mean, Jose, that's a very valid reason. Don't feel bad. Write when you write. Don't write when you don't write. I don't think really any stress needs to get put on the writing. Unless the physical act of writing is your job and you have to do it better and get better at it and faster and more accurate. I'm a professional penman, and writing faster and better is not my job. Writing faster and getting better at penmanship doesn't make me more money or anything like that. Not that I would really do it more if it did, but it's a joy to do. So do it when you feel joyful, or when you want that little bit of joy. Ah, is that tomorrow? Or when is the Omaha registration open? 100 billion. Woo, I was right. The mushroom is the only organism that has more connections. So the mushroom has more connections than the human brain? Really? That's cool. I probably should have wrote human brain there. Oh well. Tens of hundreds, depending on that. That's fun. You put, I can count them, 11 zeros. I could put in the brain of a human. There are more neurons in the brain of a human. Nah, I'm just gonna leave it in the brain. We'll just leave of a human. People can assume that if they want. In the brain, then stars in the Milky Way. Ugh. Would be pretty nice if those T's looked the same. Slow dip. Right, I forgot. Slow dip. Slow dipping is stressful because you run out of ink on that shade pretty much every time. Is there a fun way I can write this? We say 11 O's, 11 circles. There we go. Jalot 303 today. Fozzie's signing off. So long, Fozzie. Thanks for hanging out. Sweet dreams, Fozzie. This is normally where I would end the live and Ojaswini would cry and yell at me. But I have more random facts here. I didn't think I had all that many random facts submitted, but I guess I had plenty to write. Not today. We'll see. I enjoy napping. I don't end up doing it as much as I used to. I think when I built, my bed is 3 feet high, with the mattress is pretty much 4 feet high. It's about, yeah, it's like that tall is where my mattress top is. So it's more work now to climb into bed. Or I could nap on my couch. My couch is tiny, but I can comfortably nap on it. But it is also currently covered in unsorted leather. So I have nowhere to nap, so I can't nap. Am I saying Ojaswini is a crybaby? I mean, sometimes. On a regular week. She's only a crybaby at 11:45 to 11:50 on Tuesday nights. Oh, I can sleep anywhere. I mean, I could sleep on the floor or whatnot, but it's just not, I mean, if I want to nap, I want to sleep comfortably. In airports and stuff, that's like, I taught myself many years ago, I can sleep sitting. So technically, if I wanted to have a nap, and this is no joke, and a lot of people don't believe me, but I could literally do this and close my eyes, and I would fall asleep right sitting here. I've done it many times, many times in airports. I've done it on buses. That's how I trained myself to do it on a bus. I learned to sleep sitting up. And then, yeah, so I I sleep sitting up fairly often. Not sleep, I nap sitting up fairly often. Nobody believes me. Let's do, who's this? Digitus Media says chlorophyll means green leaf in Greek. Let's write that one. That might be our last one before midnight, I think. I'm assuming. That was a weird C. That was very bizarre and huge. I'm gonna fill in this shade. Oh no, I can't. It's already dried. Darn it. It's just gonna look like that. An ill-formed shade. With a giant H coming after it. For no real reason. I don't know if this is a random fact or just a definition, I guess. I guess a definition is still kind of a fact. Chlorophyll means green leaf. Little bug, get out of here. Whoa. Here we go. Oh, the black light turned on and turned the contrast way crazy. It's midnight. My timers got all messed up for some reason when with the time change with daylight savings, but it's super weird. Like my lights now turn off randomly at midnight on, is it Sunday night? Like not even this like one day off. My lights are totally confused. The black light is doing its right thing, but I gotta reset the other ones. They don't know what day of the week it is. Let me just dry this ink and then I will shut the main lights off and we will go black light. Everything doesn't happen automatically anymore. I'll fix that for next week. There we go. How many quotes did we do? We almost made it all the way through this book. How many more pages are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6, 7 left in here. I'll finish that up. When are my suits coming out? I don't want to get ink on them. I don't want to do a lot of writing when I'm wearing a suit. Suits aren't the most comfortable for sitting and working, really. Okay, Google, turn off studio.
Okay, turning off 2 outlets.
Boom. Oh, I'm not very organized. For blacklight, just yet. Suit. I'm not gonna wear a suit bib with a suit. That's disgraceful to the suit. Okay, oh, I realized I turned the lights off before I was prepared with paper and all the stuff I need to do the writing. Oh, and I'm not wearing glasses. Right now, it's just 2 black screens. Sorry. Check, how's this for entertainment value? Log on to my late night live for 2 black screens. I might have to turn this up a little bit. There's my hand. You can see a little bit of the glowiness. Oh well, that should work. Can't see my face at all. I might as well turn my face cam all the way off. Oh yeah, it's midnight. Music. Too chill. Next. Why is this chill song in here? Get out of here. Too chill. Next. Oh, this is the hip hop. Where's the good? Sorry, that was not the channel I meant to play. Where is it? What? There we go. That's better. Weird. Normally, it doesn't take that long to find a good Blacklight Live song. Sleeve feels weird. I mean, I can write with my sleeves down. I do it in hoodies and stuff sometimes, but I'm not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan of the way it feels. So normally I prefer to roll my sleeves up. But it's like my suits are relatively they're fitted, so they're not super movey. I mean, the jacket would be off anyways, but I can't move very free in them. They feel restrictive. Oh, that's a little dark today. Wait, what if I go... Nope, that's not better. That's good enough. So you can see the glow. I can't see the lines on my page, but that's alright. Oh, that was out of frame. My bad. Oh, this is Little Missy's. Is this your first Blacklight Live? This is what happens at midnight. Turns into an after party. I don't know how to do a 7 shaded O. That's ridiculous. I lost count when I was going, and I did 4. I don't know how he did. Oh, I don't remember. Fozzie's not here to send me the examples again. But how did he do it? What was it? It was... We could do 1. I mean, we could just keep spiraling the whole thing, but I don't think he kept spiraling. 2, 3. 4, 5. See, this is just continually spiraling. This isn't how he does them. This is silly. That looks ridiculous. I need to actually map out. Yeah, that's a donut. And it also has to get less circular. How many are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jeez, it's 7 just doesn't fit good. Those are ugly. I also don't think I can maintain that much ink going quickly. Not very pretty. With the last O. That's a friend close to Mike. There you go. I mean, Mike has a very specific way of when he builds it, and I don't know exactly how he built this one. I'd have to look at it. Ugh. They just get too... They shouldn't get that big, because that's... Then the letter's just getting bigger. The shades need to fit in a condensed place. Oh, you send it to me. Let's look here. Because it loses what I think makes it look like an O. If it gets to... What am I looking at? Instagram. Yes. It's like even the way he did it. What did he do here? I gotta map this out. So this is his. But comes here. So that's the tightest. Okay. Then all the way out. And then these ones from there just spiral, right? I'm pretty sure these 4, yeah, they just spiral and they exit under the baseline. Okay. I mean, I don't really do birds, Rose. Maybe I need to practice doing birds one day. People request me to do birds all the time, but I don't really. I'm not very good at them because I've never really done them. I did one late night live and we did birds a long time ago and it was horrendous. Okay, let's just walk our brains through this here. We have the first one, then this goes down. And then this is the one that creates the shape that we have to fit everything in. Right? Yeah, oh, that shouldn't have dropped below the baseline. Whoopsies. And then from here, and then it just spirals. I left way too much space in the middle, but then from there it just spirals. One, two, three, four. Is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7. Okay. Okay, so that's the idea. Okay. This is I've had people laugh at the discovery process before. I've had other calligraphers and stuff, they'll see like when I design, obviously when I'm working in pencil, I can go really slow and make the designs all perfect. But when I really quickly, I'm like, okay, so this design's gonna look like this, and then this is gonna go over here, over to here, and then this is gonna be this letter. They're always like, what? That's your, like, they laugh at it because it's not what people expect to see this piece of crud example. But then it's training the mapping of the brain. It really has nothing to do with what ends up on the paper. It's just teaching my brain what it needs to do. But I have in the past had people laugh at that part. These are crummy ovals, but that's the right number of shades, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's the right number of shades. Okay, I know where the traffic goes now. Whatever, Asha. No, it isn't. That you mean? No, nobody writes that bad. That's not true. You guys are crazy. Okay. Jeez, the amount of control that takes to do with movement. You gotta be kidding. Can we do half movement? Oh, that has to go here. Okay. Let's get that movement figured out. It's also so big, I want to do it in forearm movement, but I don't know that I'll be able to do it. No, where am I going? Lost. Noodler's Blue Ghost, yep. It's my favorite glow-in-the-dark ink. What does their white whale ink look like? I can't remember. No, this had to go. Shoot, I always forget this one. This one has to cut sooner. Through here. Which is that's an interesting choice, because that sits on the baseline. Which is right about there. Getting those connections clean is hard. Much easier to do slowly. Oh, alright, peace out, Jose. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one. Wow, this hip-hop music is not very hip-hop today. This is extremely chill. Oh well. Everybody writes like Mike. Okay, I gotta go to whole arm. Let me raise my chair a little bit. I think it's kind of hilarious that I have a face cam now, but it's completely... Wait, can I do... This might freeze my face cam, but I'm gonna try it anyways. I froze it! Darn it! 2 seconds. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's go. Webcam. That'll work. There you can see me. I'll let it go. It can do auto contrast or auto brightness. Normally I don't let it do that because it washes me out. But now you guys can see me and I can at least talk to you. Not just a black a black screen. Okay, go into whole arm because I can't do this in forearm. Remembering where to go is the hardest part. I ran out of ink, and I went a totally different path, but it still kind of would have worked. Would have worked. Woulda, but it didn't. Alright. Gotta go smaller. How does... Okay. I keep forgetting where I'm going here. 1... Okay, we keep that in, we shape beside it, beside that, then we go out all the way to the outside and keep that one. Okay, remember that. That's the important part. That's what makes the whole thing different than just a spiral twister. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been 6, but that's... I get the pack. The traffic. I think I might also pop in a Leonard principle. This nib. I don't know that this ink has enough. Maybe it's just too liquidy. Doesn't maybe have enough lubrication. I don't know if that's the right word for it. Where's my Leonard? Whoa! All my nibs are half of these were for card carving. They're not actual writing nibs. Ugh. I'm unorganized, and it's dark. Is this a good one? I can't even see. Sure, feels good. Why not? Let's do it. There's also a fine writer in here somewhere, but I can't for the life of me tell which is which. In the dark. Okay, I don't know if this pen is any good at all. Or this nib. But we'll find out. Please work. Please be prepped at least. Oh, sort of prepped. No, that one's scratchier than the gelato. This ink? Yeah. For sure. I mean, it's literally invisible when I turn the lights on. So it would only be a blacklight piece. Or I could do a piece and add accents with the glowing ink. I've done that on things before, not specific pieces, but busy pizza party, nice. Okay, I'm back to the gelato because that Leonard was no good and I can't see which Leonards are good and which ones are bad right now. No, that has to go in here. I just can't remember where to go. This just feels like a lost cause. Not even because of the O, but half my lines are disappearing. That is the slight paper issue as well. I'm gonna see. Whoa, my clothes look crazy. Let me grab. I'm gonna grab some ivory paper, which won't look as good on the black light, but I just want to see what it looks like. Is that too bright? This will at least be smooth to write on. And I can use... Whoa, that's very bright, sorry. Put that underneath, because I like a guide sheet. I know not everybody does, but I do. Okay. Oh, would I ever use this O on a piece? Probably not. I don't think Mike's ever used, I don't think Michael Sell's ever used this specific one on a piece either. It's just when he gets in play mode, he likes doing his twister O's. But this one, it gets a little too extreme. It falls in the realm of just because you can doesn't mean you should, sort of. Different than his, but that was decent. I couldn't fit this, I had to put this last one on the outside because I didn't have space. It can be fun. Basically, it's playtime. It's like when signatures get they get crazy, and it's fun to play. Nope, whoops. That was 8 shades, whoopsies. Okay, let's try to clean one of these up. Get this looking a proper O, how about? If anything, it's a fun exercise to see if you can do it. I'm having trouble getting the shape of the O a little bit before I get into the spiral part and having enough ink on my nib. That one, that's the one that messes me up. I gotta bring that down this way. Yeah. That's where my first problem is. I mean, twisters are fun. And Sol has designed some crazy ones. If you can do them and keep the forms right, then they can be really cool. Shoot, I ran out of space again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. I just ran out of space. No! I lost my 6th shade. The line was there. And that one is relatively decent. We got some of our parallel lines are kind of crazy here. That one's moderately decent. This is what happened last time we did these twister rows. This is all I got stuck doing O's, and I just did these crazy O's for hours. Oh, just Swinny, it's your fault. It is a fun challenge, and I want to be able to do it better. Oh, whoops, that's way too close together. No. Way too close. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call Saul's work, it's not, what do you say, overworked? I wouldn't say that. I mean, to somebody who likes Saul's work, business penmanship and standard ornamental penmanship are boring. And I totally get that. Because they kind of are in comparison. So it's all a matter of taste. That's how I gotta get it. I gotta get those ovals quicker so I can actually get those parallel lines. Nice. I'm not good at doing parallels on the angle. I'm much better at doing parallels horizontal because of all the flourishing I do. This is doing, I don't usually do spiraling on the slant line. It's unusual for me to do it that way. Which is why I get so many snaps on that upstroke while using whole arm movement. But, let's see if we can get there. To get at least a decent example. Bah! Bah, bah, bah. Ugh, they're all there, but it's not very clean. What? I'm not sure what happened there. Also, one thing you have to be really cautious of, if you go too slow, then too much ink comes off of your pen when you're trying to get this many shades in one stroke. And I'm using a tiny nib as well. But if I go too slow, too much ink will come off of my nib per shade, and I'll never make it all the way to 7. Ugh! Close again! These are passable, they're just not nice. The ovals just aren't pretty. Like, I need them to look more like that. I need my spirals to be cleaner, but I'm getting these nib snaps that are bugging me. Wait, what if I write? I'll be off the angle of the... Apologize in advance for being crooked on the screen, but I'm gonna see. Execute a slight bit of hinge movement in here. Might help me keep this a little more symmetrical. There's 8. Whoops. I'll go a little bit slower and make my shades a little bit slightly bigger. Oh, I ran out of space for the 7th one. Darn it. That one was decent. So many nib snaps, you can hear them as I'm going. What? Must have been oil on the page there. Okay, clean the nib, try a new sheet of paper. Yep. That happens a lot with these ones, unfortunately. It's oftentimes the 6th shade. I remember that happening last time we did the Twister O. The 6th shade decides to skip for some random reason. I mean, there probably is a real reason for it. It's probably not actually random, but it feels random. Okay, I'm also going to... It's dark, but I want to see if I can see... No, I can't see it. I can't see the alignment. I would like to get rid of those little mini snaps that I'm getting, but that's more so because of my... That's my fault. That's not really the nib's fault, I think. I'm going to lighten my grip. Go again, off angle. The only way I'm going to be able to do these spirals cleanly. Darn it, ran out of space again. That was the cleanest spiral so far, I think. Oh yeah, I mean, when he does his, like it's... I mean, that's how I do signatures when I work on site. I enjoy doing slow designs and slow signatures because it is fun. As you're writing, you can spot, like that's how he can create like O's like this and designs that are super filled out and balanced, because as you're going, you can see like, oh, there's a blank spot, let me go fill that. It's not as much muscle training, it's more creative playing with your eye and your hand. Yeah, him and I have had the slow writing conversation many times, because I wrote slow like him, and like I say, I still do when I need to do names on the fly, a lot of times, because it's just a different, you get a different design and a different aesthetic. Whoa! So this design is way different than his, but with the exception of a couple of those shades, this part's a mess, but all those shades came out pretty nice and relatively parallel. I mean, Roy, it depends what you mean by smooth. Does he have the clean hairlines like we do with movement writing? No, because that's impossible. He's also older, so his hand has a little bit of shake. But that's part of the intrigue of it. I definitely think newer penmen who dive into movement writing right off the bat get a little too biased about the shake and the perfect hairline, a little too quick, and that's proven to me by when I have been at pen shows and stuff with non-calligraphers and non-penmen, and they would see Michael Sull's writing, and it would have his there's a little shake in it when it's slower. A lot of people think that's on purpose. People who don't know think it's on purpose. They think it's a design element because it looks really cool. But that's just a product of his control and his tempo, and it's always going to be there. So is it the smoothness that we're shooting for in movement writing? No, absolutely not. Because it doesn't matter what speed you go, it's impossible. And it's, yeah, like when I write slow, when I do my design stuff, it's not super smooth. I mean, there is shake in it because there's not, your large muscles aren't what's driving the movement. So it's impossible to expect the smooth lines that we get in movement writing. It's not practical. That doesn't make it, to me anyways, any less gorgeous. But I feel like a lot of people do think that makes it less gorgeous, and I think that is an opinion that is arrived at too quickly by people just getting into penmanship. Different design. If I didn't have to do the hard part is because his patterning, doing the farthest out shade third, makes everything more challenging. It wouldn't be all that hard, to be quite honest. This might sound cocky, but it wouldn't be that hard to do like, it's not super hard to do, like, that's, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're not gorgeous, but they're all nice parallel lines and fast movement, but that's also just spiral. That's boring. I've talked about, or with Gordon, about this multiple times. He jumps a little bit on the you have to use movement train a little too quickly. It is not how I teach my students, and it's not a philosophy that I necessarily believe in. And I am a movement writer, and I like movement writing better than anything, and I feel like I'm relatively accomplished at it, and I don't share that philosophy or that mindset at all. Shoot, those are nib snaps every upstroke. No good. There is a ton to learn, but it's also, I mean, everybody's on their own journey too, right? Like, there's a lot of people that get straight into movement writing and they prefer movement writing and they never do slow writing, and that's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that either. I dislike when those people scoff at the slow writing and things like that, because there's a lot to be learned from slow writing. There was a lot of the, not all obviously, but a lot of the old signatures in the Business Educator were written with like technical pens, not even nibs, larger, to be printed a lot smaller. A lot of those signatures are designed and drawn and then printed small, so they look like they were written. A lot of them were written as well, but it's, yeah, I don't like when it's scoffed at. I feel like that's improper, and it's happening a lot these days because everybody wants perfect movement writing. Is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's easily the best one I've done today. I think every connection has space. It's not the cleanest, obviously, but that's the most, I could definitely do better, I'm pretty sure, but that is the most parallel lined one I've done so far today. Relatively decent. Oh, that's a weird one. That pattern went all over the place. That was only 6, but that's a very strange one. That one would be cool if I cleaned it up. Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing. There's so many ways to learn it. And there's different approaches. There's a reason why there's so many penmanship books from back in the day, because everybody kind of did it and taught it different. All right, Marilyn, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next week. Kind of crazy. I like this one because it stayed shaped like an O. It's still an oval. It's obviously not clean enough. It's not perfect, but it's a happy face. All right, I'm gonna take a step away from the O's for a moment. Something else. What am I gonna write? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But that O is good enough. I'm gonna stick with the ivory paper because the gray paper gives me snap issues today. I haven't done a blacklight alphabet in a while. Let's do an alphabet. See how we can do this. See if we can get a decent one. My shades haven't been the most stellar today, but that's alright. We'll see how they want to be. Maybe lightly shaded. Ooh, that's a clean A. Well, the big thing to remember, Roy, yeah, there is no, everybody can have their way, and that's good. Like, it's good to find what works for you, but it's the same how I talk about flange manipulation and grip modifying and things like that. Like, the only way to discover what you like and what works best for you is to literally experiment with all of that stuff. Like, I legitimately believe if I didn't spend so many years writing slowly, I don't think I'd be able to do signatures like I do today. I mean, and all of the work I do as a calligrapher or as a penman is like the blotters and stuff that I do. And those signatures, they're designed in pencil. I don't even ink those. And I wouldn't be able to do any of that, I don't believe, if I didn't spend the years doing Spencerian slowly and building flourishes slowly like Michael Sull does, and learning to fill space and balance and really familiarizing myself with the forms. I don't hit the forms perfect all the time with movement writing because that's totally different. It's muscle training. I'm no longer training my eyes. They see every mistake. I always chuckle if people correct my work because I see the mistakes. I know they're there. I just don't care. I mean, obviously I want them to not be there, but it doesn't bother me because this is my journey. Oh, Rose, never feel bad for writing slow. Never, 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 never. There is a reason I teach Spencerian slow. There's a reason I always will teach Spencerian slow. I also teach movement writing, but they both have their benefits. Ooh, that is a nice. I don't often hit this over curve really nice. Unfortunately, it's a relatively easy stroke, but I mess it up quite a bit. That's probably one of the questions I get asked the most, Ashok, and it's a personal choice. Here, let me write this capital A or capital I, and then I will answer your question. I don't want to talk and write at the same time. I'm gonna write the J too. Okay. Is it advisable to learn to write slow and then to learn movement writing? Most of the penmen back in the day would advise against that. And I'll admit that if you want movement writing, if like writing like how I write is what you're going for, or better than I write, if you want this stuff to look like the old scrapbooks, the best and fastest way to get there is to dive straight into movement writing. It's to learn business penmanship first, and then movement writing, starting adding the shades and keeping that movement. And like Tamblyn says, going really fast, getting that movement, and then training and refining it after you have the movement. Which is, in movement writing, that's like when I talk about speed. It's movement writing to me is not at all about speed. I only go, or sometimes I go faster than I need to, and that's just stress and nerves and things like that. Like stem strokes. A lot of people whip the stem stroke at the end because the books say it should be cracked like a whip. That doesn't mean it has to go like, let's get out of here, bug. Doesn't mean it doesn't have to go faster. Usually the speed increases and whatnot are nerves. But in a perfect world, I only go as fast as I need to go so that my hairline transitions from a drawn hairline to a movement written hairline. And it's a small difference. And it isn't crazy fast. There's like a really comfortable, perfect speed that you can hit. But when I started movement writing, in order to get that, I had to go crazy fast. I used to write wicked fast, and people used to tell me, you write too fast. And I say, I know, but you don't know my philosophy. I'm writing that fast because that's the only way that I can always have a perfect hairline. My forms were garbage and super stretched out, but I had a perfect hairline. And then I'd slow that down to a point where you get like a middle ground where you have the control as well as or a little bit more control and calmness and the perfect hairline as well. But the fastest road to that is to go straight into movement writing. Like I said, business penmanship first and go all through the steps, not skipping steps. If you follow the books, that is the fastest way and the best way to learn penmanship. It's also not the most exciting. For me, like I said a moment ago, my business, when it comes to making money with calligraphy, I don't sell ornamental penmanship. I don't sell movement writing pieces, which I am planning on starting to do, I think, soon here. Selling, not this specifically, but things like this. Offhand things that were done quickly, pieces. But I don't. My income with and my business with calligraphy is designing signatures and foiling or burning them onto leather. And that design process, movement writing doesn't help me at all because it's all different muscles. the eye training that I would have for movement training would help that. But I personally think it's a slower road, but I like the road I took. I trained a lot of different scripts, and I trained slowly, and my eye got really, really comfortable with Spencerian script and with ornamental penmanship written at a slow pace. And then when I got into movement writing, I could sort of skip the step that is focus on the form. Like, my forms aren't perfect, obviously. They're very, very, very far from perfect. But my brain doesn't really think about the form when I'm creating it. It's not focused on really anything. When I'm creating letters, I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm just sort of trying to copy and paste the picture of that image that's in my head. And I genuinely believe that image wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for my time going slow. Can people do what I do without those years going slow? Yes, of course. They most definitely can. It's just, I like the slower road. Also because penmanship to me wasn't a destination. It's always, and people don't believe me when I say it, but it has always been about the journey, the physical act of sitting down. There's a reason I will still sit down and fill a page of just a stem stroke. Even if I'm not actively trying to improve that stem stroke a lot, I enjoy that. That is the part I like most about writing. Obviously, now that I've been doing it a lot and I've achieved a relatively decent quality of work in it, I want my writing to be nicer, and I'm always training to get it nicer and nicer, but that's not really the end goal. The end goal is to just do what I really, really like doing. And then if I do what I really, really like doing, which is practicing and studying and comparing, then sort of the byproduct of that, like the Ford Motor Company always talked about, sell your byproducts. Charcoal briquettes were the garbage from the manufacturing process of Ford cars. There's a fun fact. So Ford literally sold their garbage, and that's where the charcoal briquette industry sort of came around, in home barbecues and stuff like that. So, sort of different analogy, but the byproduct of what I like most about penmanship is that I get better. So I get better without really trying to get better. What I like doing is a part of getting better, is a part of that, but it's not the driving force. And I feel like a lot of people that get into it, that's the driving force, and I can't blame them. I mean, that's why most people get into things. I get into things because they intrigue me. I carve eggs not because I want to be really, really good at carving eggs. I carve eggs because I'm curious if I can do it. And then when I do it, I get curious if I can do it better. And then when I do it better, I get curious if I can do it better than anybody else. So it's driven by the fascination and the curiosity, less than wanting to be really dope at carving eggs. I don't care if I'm dope at carving eggs. I mean, true, Roy, nobody wants to suck forever, but also I will take that and say I've been a dancer my entire life, professional dancer for most of my life. I have known many people who attend way more classes than I do. They are like lawyers, or they have other jobs. They've never tried or wanted to be a professional dancer. They just love doing it. And some of these people aren't the greatest dancers, and they know it. So to somebody who's really good at dance, they could look at them and be like, oh yeah, they suck at dancing. But their dancing has nothing to do with being sucky or being good. Their dancing has to do with them just wanting to dance. It has nothing to do with the quality of work, the quality of movement that they're doing. So that's kind of the way I like to see my, not just penmanship, but my hobbies and what I do in general. It's not about the quality of work. I'm lucky that when I do things, I tend to get better at them, and I enjoy getting better at them, so I push to get better at them. But at the end of the day, if there's something that I suck at, but I really enjoy doing it, I'm gonna keep doing it, and I'm probably gonna keep sucking at it. I'm fortunate that I don't suck at a lot. This sounds hella cocky. I don't really suck at a lot of the things that I try to do, but that's also because I try to do a lot of things that I kind of know that I'll be good at. They're things that are in my wheelhouse, like crafty, detail-oriented things like that. If I went to be a gymnast, I would suck at all of that stuff, and I don't know that I would ever get better at it because it's not the aspect of movement that I'm good at. But if I didn't care about getting better, that wouldn't stop me from doing it if I really liked doing it. I'm trying to think now if there's something that I really suck at and I just do. Like, there's a lot of people who suck at video games, and obviously they want to get better at video games, but they keep playing video games and they play online and they get destroyed. Some people get pissed off and quit. Other people, they just want to play the video game. It has nothing to do with if they're good or not, really. And that can be a hard, philosophy is not a right word for it, but that can be sort of a hard thing to do, I think, for a lot of people in all realms of life. It's similar to how when I talk about critique is almost always taken negatively, where to me critique is constructive and almost exciting. When I see something and I think, like, I need to fix that. That's not, oh, that sucked. I mean, you guys see me on video and I go, oh, that was shitty. It's if I do something shitty, I'm critiquing that, but it's not actually taken internally as like a negative hit. Critique isn't negative to me, and that's a really hard thing for people to not wrap their head around, because everybody understands what I mean when I say that, but to actually embrace and believe, because they want to get better, and I get that. So it's those things, the hard things to sort of put into practice. But if you can, it just sort of makes everything more enjoyable, regardless of the outcome. Yeah, George, other calligraphers' movements are very interesting. That's why I was talking about, I really liked going back and watching the video when Brian, when iCursive, was on this YouTube live and we were doing one of the Sigsling and Sunday signatures. Going back and watching it and watching the two of us attempt the same signature completely different, or like we have very different tempos and very different rhythms to our writing and styles of writing in general, was super fascinating for me to watch. Because there's things that he does that I think would be a good addition to what I do. There's also things that I do that I feel like I prefer the way that I do things to him, but no two human beings, even twins, none of us are built the same. So we do what works for us and what we enjoy the most. Chin in general, she's fast. Her go-to speed is impressive. Sorry, I'm scrolled up in the chat here because I chatted a long time there. So I'm just trying to catch up now. Well, that's like when you mentioned like Madara script, for example. I have a course coming up called Spencerian Signwriter script, which is very similar, slightly different than Madara script, but I execute it very slowly. I try to add a few movement-y things in there, but it's very slow, it's very methodical, it's very, very precise. Yeah. Mike swearing and a black light, yep. How do you have the motivation to do it if you think you suck at it? I mean, I kind of touched on that a little bit. It's me doing it has nothing really to do with how good I am at it. If I don't enjoy doing it, if I'm amazing at something, if I'm the world's best at something, and I don't really enjoy doing it, I'm gonna not do it anymore. There are aspects of the dance world that I was really, really good on a worldwide level. Not the best. There's a ton of dancers better than me. But there's a lot of things that I did really good and on a world-class level that I don't really enjoy doing anymore. And I don't do them. I don't do them because I'm good at them. And that same thing works in reverse. I don't not do something because I suck at it. It's, do I like doing it? Yeah. Then I'll keep doing it, regardless of the outcome. It's really easy to get focused on outcome and destination-oriented everything. But I think life is just so much more enjoyable if it's journey-oriented, which a lot of people talk about how you should focus on the journey and not the destination. But there's not a lot of people who actually, actively don't let their emotions go the other way. Sorry, I'm still way up here in the chat. I mean, one of the main reasons that I also want, this is in response to UI Shop, for jittery hairlines. That's part of why I like movement writing. I now want to acquire the work that's in the old scrapbooks. There's not many people alive that can do it, so I want to be one of those people. So I train for it, and it looks better. But it feels good to train that way. And when I do a nice hairline, it feels good. You can see when I'm writing even little ascender strokes, I celebrate when things feel and look good, because that makes the whole thing worth it. When I do something that goes, ooh, that was dope. That's a guttural, like, yes! That is what it's about. Is the whole piece awesome? Doesn't matter. It's about those moments. Oh, here we go. I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom now. I mean, it's not bad to be strict. It's just, if you can, it's hard to not beat yourself up, basically. This turned into just like a life philosophy tied into penmanship type of talk. I should cut this section out of the video and post it somewhere. There's some intense talk in there. Sorry, I talked a lot. I hope that was okay. I'm pretty passionate about that stuff and about the love of the journey and all that kind of stuff. I think it's important. Is this what universal healthcare feels like? Yeah, there you go. I'll be your penmanship doc for the day. It's just how I feel about a lot of this stuff. About learning and growing and trying new things and it gets a little too much about the destination all the time. Oh, ugly pee. Whoops. Well, thank you for listening, you guys. Oh, see, this is one of those moments where I'm like, okay, I talk about my critique not being negative, and then I'm like, ew, that pee ruined this whole piece. But that's alright. It's really not a big deal. And it's not that bad of a pee. Oh, there's supposed to be an O there. So the P didn't ruin the piece. I did. Whoops. Oh, ugly O. QO. We'll put the O over there. Why not? Oh, now we stop caring about this alphabet. It's less exciting now. Is this what happens? Philosophy talking? I don't know. This music still feels chill. The lights are off. I started studying, or a buddy of mine has a YouTube series about Stoicism, which is about emotional control and all that kind of stuff. So I've been thinking a lot of like philosophical type stuff today. So I don't know, maybe I'm just in a advice giving mood. I feel like I'm always in an advice giving mood. When people actually want the advice. I was thinking about it the other day. People talk about taking yourself too seriously and stuff like that. I legit think the only thing in my life I really take seriously is enjoying the things that I'm doing, and I stand by that. I have quit jobs when, like, perfect example, years ago when I lived in Vancouver, I worked at a store, and they told me I couldn't have Christmas off when I gave them the dates I wanted off for Christmas to go visit my family. They said, no, everybody works Christmas. And I literally responded, it's been nice working for you. It's not the way, I have sort of a zero tolerance for things that I don't want to do, because I'm okay with the repercussions. If I can't pay rent, I'll live in a box. If I gotta live in a box, whatever, it's gonna be a dope ass box. I don't want to actually live in a box, but I don't remember what got me to that point, what I was actually saying. Thinking philosophically, Stoicism. Honestly, can't remember anymore. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Oh, taking things seriously. Yeah, like I take my happiness seriously in that regard for what I'm doing, and also teaching. I think I take that pretty seriously. I teach like a goofball and I talk like a goofball, but teaching in a way that helps sort of everybody that I'm teaching learn the best way they can, and not teaching in like a dogmatic fashion and trying to teach people to get curious about journeys like I do is super, I take that pretty seriously. That's pretty important to me. Oh, everything about that S is like perfect except for this stupid shape that I can't seem to iron out. Blech. One day. Oh, too long. Yay! I mean, I feel like we all pay too much money for our city shoeboxes. I pay way too. I mean, Vancouver is one of the most expensive cities in the world, and I live in an epically tiny apartment. I like it, but I pay way too much for it. I should move to a not city and live in a house on the lake, and it would be cheaper, probably. But I'm not likely to do that, I don't think. Not now, anyways. Aw, stupid nibsnap. Well, I'm glad, Rose and Gloria, you enjoy learning from me. I enjoy teaching you. Gloria, Rose, what do you prefer going by? I'm assuming Rose. Why is your YouTube name Gloria instead of Rose first, but all your other names are Rose or Roseni first? I'm curious. Wait, people sign their work. That's a thing people do, isn't it? I never do that. I feel like Brian and all those guys do that, so I should probably do that. I should make up a new signature one of these days, too. Whoa. Yeah, let's pretend that D and that T, or that D, is connected. Maybe nobody noticed. You don't like your first name? Why not? It's glorious. Oh, where'd my hairline go there? It is an old-timey name. That's true. P.S. That's an alphabet, in case you didn't know. Let's go. Oh, hairline. Darn it! What's going on here? Well, that just ruined everything. That hairline was supposed to make a really cool flourish that went up here. Like that, sort of, and was gonna be an arrow. But now it just looks like a mess. Whoops. Oh well. Yep. Not perfect, but not too shabby. Could be worse. I mean, my name's Mike, or Michael, which is straight out of the Bible. It just happens to be a very popular name. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe, that is it for me. This was a fun one. I really enjoyed this last little bit. Thank you for, I don't know, whoever posted whatever they posted to get me into such a mood to sort of go on a chat. I won't call it a rant because I wasn't really ranting at all. But that was a good conversation. I wish you guys were here in person, and I hope we can have these conversations in person one day. Either at future IAMPITs or other type of meetups of some kind. But yeah, this was really fun. I had a really fun one tonight. I am now gonna turn my camera off and go eat some apple pie that's been warming up. That is probably like really hot now. I meant to go and eat it when we turned to midnight, but then I got distracted when all the lights went off. I am gonna have some apple pie and ice cream, and then go to bed. Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. This has been great. Yeah, I really look forward to next week. As always, if you have ideas for themes, like this was fun. I really liked doing this week the random facts. And if you guys have ideas for future late night lives, put them in the comments. If you could also do me a favor and like this video and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already subscribed. I think everybody in here is probably already subscribed though. But if you could give me a like, it gives more people in here that can potentially stumble upon these silly little videos of mine. Ghetto Unchel. I don't know if I'll be doing Ghetto Unchel. I did film my Ghetto Unchel fountain pen the other day. So maybe one day, but I don't know. Probably not for a late night live. It's not that most exciting to watch. But put it in the comments. Don't put it in the chat. Put it in the comments. But great night, everybody. This was fun. Please have an amazing remainder of your day, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is for you. I hope it's great. Happy birthday to you, Otis Winnie. I hope you have an amazing remainder of your birthday. I mean, because of what we've been talking about, my sort of signing off words mean more than they usually do. Make sure that you are falling in love with the process. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Good night, everybody.